Hey everybody. I just test here the... Yay! Okay, everything's... Yeah, everything's coming through. The game's maybe a tick quiet, but I can fix that. Cool. Hi. I live. It's been a hot minute since I've been able to stream. But now that the show that I've been assistant directing, lighting designing, all this shit, oh my god, I did so much for this fucking show, is finally in run, I can stream again because I'm not dying of absolute stress. We're running for 3 more nights, tonight, Friday, and Saturday. And I gotta do Strike Saturday. I might go watch it again. Because, like, I don't have to go watch the show every single night. But I know my cast appreciates it. But at the same time, it's like, that is 45 minutes away. And I don't want to drive over every show. Which they get. They're very kind about getting. But I might go Friday because it looks like we're having, like, a dinner. The cast just arranged a little dinner party, and it's like, I should show up to that. I should go. Because I love this cast to pieces. They're such a good cast. It's a dream come true from coming for my first show outside of education. So, couldn't have asked for a better cast. But that's neither here nor there. We're going to get back into the Great Ace Attorney. We've only beaten the first 2 cases. So the tutorial case of Naruhodo-san being accused of murder and a British lady being the perpetrator who killed, oh my god, what do we call him? It's basically Watson, but they have a different name for him because public domain wasn't yet a thing when this game was made. For the Sherlock Holmes stuff, I should say. Second case, we lost our best friend. He was killed. It was an accident, kind of, from just a poor little runaway Russian girl. Really sad case. Probably, sadly, my least favorite case in the series, retroactively. In the moment, it's fine. But when other things happen, then it's like, And now we're getting the third case. This is actually one of the more fascinating ones to me. Just with how everything gets laid out in the end. So let's get right into it. Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Ooh.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Now, oh, actually, hold on. God, I love their outfits.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Look at all the Henrys and Thomases.
This country is incredible.
I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Those carts are fascinating to me.
And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
I think I'll get a chance to talk again. Oh. It's so fascinating to see essentially British fan fiction. I don't know, like, you know how our weebs here in the States are, God, especially young little weebs, they romanticize and kind of fetishize Japanese culture. I don't think this is to that extent, but it feels like it's teetering on that edge in a weird way of just how much they uptalk London, but at the same time, London does view itself that way. And it's not like they don't go into the dark underbelly of the issues of London society and British society and all that. But man, having to do a report on Gilbert and Sullivan, the guys who did like HMS Pinafore and Pirates of Penzance. God, British people are weird. They're just as weeby as we are. Because they, I think it was the writer, like the script in a sense, like the story writer was Sullivan, I think, and Gilbert was like the music writer. But this is about the era when they wrote the Mikado, and that's, you know, when Japan opened its borders and they started traveling and doing cultural exchanges. When they got to England, Sullivan saw their presentations. Granted, a lot of Japanese people that came to England did not speak English. They just came to show off the culture, and I assume was also like they were paid to do it by ambassadors and things from their country. So the ambassadors could speak English and kind of talk, but like, you know, if you were just a Joe Schmo there to show off a geisha dance, you probably did not speak English. And just how he immediately fell in love with Japanese culture to the point like of weeabik obsession that he wrote a goddamn opera about how he understood Japanese culture. Like, you would invite sweet little ladies from Japan that could not speak English to try to show his actors how Japanese people behaved. And he always would tell them, be more Japanese. It was so racist. It was so bad. But at the same time, it's such an interesting show because you know his intention was trying to show love for Japan. He just was stupid about it. Those two were such fascinating people. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the world outside. I mix up those worlds, but it works anyway. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Certainly unfamiliar. Oh. Hold on. Time to confirm. Boop. Boop. Sorry, I just got an email about a massage appointment, and I need to confirm it. Yay, I did it, I think. Huzzah. Oh my god, now my phone is wigging the shit out. I can't win. Guys, I can't win. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, they literally built a clock tower and then went, yeah, we can build an office in here. Who cares about the chiming of the hour here? What is this place again? Sorry, I'm eating chips. I got a late start to the day. I ate most of my brunch before starting, but I'm like, chips and drink, it's whatever. I can kind of have those on stream. It's kind of part of my MO, I feel. This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Yeah, I got the last part. I know I'm in England, but thank you for the first half. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. Like my love interest and your best friend, who might have also been your love interest, didn't die. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yeah. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. I don't know. I think this is who... Yes, it is who I think it was, but I was having a struggle to find the RP in my mouth. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. I don't know what the pun. I mean, it's like male strong heart, but I feel like there's something more there. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. I do love that they just imply, basically, that anything in the blue that's usually in the character's head, like it is for Phoenix or Edgeworth or whatever, Ryunosuke just mumbles it out loud. He thinks he's not, but he is. So everyone can respond to his inner monologue, and it's the funniest shit. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. I love the birds have a timing with you, sir. Yes, thank you. Hello. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city! It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. It's almost like it's Christmas. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Toy shop. I weirdly worded that funny. That was awkward, sorry. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. That, I don't know, like, I don't think it technically has. No, it has. Wait for the Americas, buddy. Where they're gonna. Actually, no, this is way after the Americas. This is 18 something. They might be dealing with the civil. I don't know. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Thank you. About me. Hi. Kazuma died. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asugi, if my memory serves. That's right! The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. I don't know how I feel about that, and it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then. The moment of truth. Oh, okay. Sir. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing that study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. I don't see one here. You don't have any of the symbols of qualification. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asugi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? There is someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer. Actually, it's no one. It's Mrs. Sato. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma. Mr. Asaki's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. Sorry, the husband texted me, and I must respond to the husband when he texts. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes! You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asaki planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Microphone. I need you to stay steady for me, please. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Tell me more. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? This is kind of fucked up, to be fair. Like, as a test, let's have you hold someone's life in your hand. That's kind of fucked. Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be a welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that. Can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? It's fucked either way, but it is Ace Attorney. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. I was too slow. So, it is as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your tickets for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato. But what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? I understand you're a coward. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? Or is it madam? I think what Mr. Zato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that! I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! but that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Just wanted Chippy. I'm sorry. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. It was February. Oh, they arrived a little bit after my birthday. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. There's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. I can't do Irish. I'm sorry, gang. I'm going to do my best. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan. Yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say don't now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Otto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the City of London 2 or 3 times over. Which is fucked. Fuck the rich. Eat the rich. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Uh-oh. To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial is about to begin, you see. It's for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there be the centre of London, and is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I have no idea what this Irish accent's becoming. It's not Irish. I know it for a fact. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city. It's quarrel people. And it's quarrel people? What? Hold on. What? I must understand this line. Like, is it... He's not saying queer old people. Because I know it's like... I mean, like, it could, I guess. People, sure. Oh, yeah, no, it is basically queer. Okay. Remarkable or strange. Unusual or strange. Or it could even just be very, but, huh. Just okay, it is an accented version of queer. Okay, cool. Now I know, and knowing is half the battle. Yeah, Joe. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ye? All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, I mean, For me, yeah, I think, like, but at the same time, like, even innocent people might not be able to grab defense. I know, like, normally it's like, oh, you just get a state appointed, which is technically what we are gonna be, I guess, but, like, hold on. I want to just make sure that I won't fuck something up if I answer. Stupidly. Oh, okay, I could say anything. Cool, sweet. You know what? That's not what I was thinking. I think he just might be an asshole. Because he throws money around like it's nobody's business. So I think just no one wants to work with him because he's a dick. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? I, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Beric von Zeeks? I think it's Zeeks. Beric von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When von Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. You need to listen to Jacksepticeye more to see if I can get his accent down. No, he is Irish. He's Irish. Goodness, Lord Beric von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin.
His counsel? Oh, that would be me. Okay. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided to have to defend myself in there. Oh, itchy nose. What the fuck? Rude. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident. I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. What would you do with your fate? So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Narhodo? The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosima would never have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand.
Is that how that works? I mean, like, yes, timely manner, we gotta do shit to get shit done, but like, would he really lose anything? I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosima. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. I weirdly thought I would get a save point there. That's a bit terrifying that I didn't. Right. I forgot we got a jury system in this. So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? You need to breathe, dude. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh my god, a vampire. And a very soft-looking judge with marshmallow beard.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded.
I keep wanting to call him McGillicuddy for some reason. I don't know why.
I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Do I give him a vampire accent? The prosecution is fully prepared. I guess it's just Russian. I'm very bad with Slavic. I'll just go Russian. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What was I studying to learn English? What was my college degree? I can't remember what Ryunosuke was originally studying. I assume art if he's gonna be a fucking parallel to Phoenix as his ancestor. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Oh, I don't like that we say that. I don't like that. I don't know if that's bad. Is that bad? I don't know. I feel like it is. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quite quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder. A capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fan chance. I can't read, my god. I'd like to think that's always that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded.
What a fine gentleman London has in him.
Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please, may we go and play at McGilded Park? Mother!
Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. But, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says he would dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
Okay.
Feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Ah, Mr. Naruto, those people are the jury. Yeah, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. And we probably never will. Apollo tried once. And then it never happened. And I'll be sad about that forever. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. How many jurors do we have in America? Isn't it like 12? Isn't that how many we usually have? Because, yeah, there's the play 12 Angry Jurors. So, yeah, I think 12 has been what it's always been and still is. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah, good.
Prosecutor von Zieks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame.
I mean, you can't really renounce your fame, but you can renounce your position, yes. I'm known as the oh, I've forgotten. Hold on. Let me find. There we go. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware?
No. This guy is so extra and I love him. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Blah, I'm a vampire, blah, blah. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. God, he's so extra. The incident took place in the late evening. Blah, I'm a vampire, blah. I can't do vampires either, Jesus Christ. My voice acting has been so off for a while. It's like I haven't done this in a bit. And I've been directing, not acting. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fire Mason. Sorry, thrice?
3, you silly buffoon. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Perfect for Pride Month. Happy Pride.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that has been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
Cool stuff. And one further item of evidence. I will talk to you in a minute, sir. I want to look at shit. Oh, he died. No, my birthday. Oh, a lot of shit happened on my birthday in this game. Fuck. The knife, whilst journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Oh, that's it. Okay. And, yep, that's a knife. And that's not a lot of blood. I know it was internal hemorrhaging, but still, that's not a lot. Hello? That's just a weird reflection there. I think that's the photographer. Sorry, my chat for some reason got put away. That was really rude. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good lord! Is that blood council?
Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. I can't accent today. Why can't I accent today? This is really fucking making me angry at myself. Jeez Louise. Because, I mean, it's probably because, like, I'm used to doing Russian in a much higher register. On Transylvanian is decently close. Like, it's very different. Do not get me wrong, but they're both Slavic languages. So the accents tend to be kind of similar. So doing it in a lower register, my brain is just not meshing correctly, and it keeps trying to go Scottish, I think? I don't know. Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Whoa, okay, hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on just a minute. Sorry about that. Just felt like a little woozy, and I wanted to kind of solve that. I'm doing okay. I'm fine.
Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well.
And I want to look at those. How would I get into this? This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. It's the only thing of note that I see. I'm backed into a corner even before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. What is happening, brain?
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I've never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately. I think I'm just going to change my accent for the sake of me, the person voicing. Jesus, she's struggling really badly. That statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command.
Damn, so extra.
Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. Ladies first, oh my god. Oh, I finally get it. I make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, I'm bringing this really close to me, sorry. Let me know if oh, that gets really loud. I'm gonna push that one away just a tad bit. All of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to remain with my voices.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
This is also, I mean, I've discussed this in the first trial video, a holdover from the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I think they just enjoy this because of the added chaos that this creates. I prefer one-on-one testimony still because it's not as much to focus on. And it's more fun catching people in lies rather than having the witnesses catch people in lies, if that makes sense. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. What happened to his hands? Oh, his sleeves are clipping like crazy.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his gut.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Look, I'm a foreigner. Please don't treat me like I'm stupid. I don't know your shit.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own.
I don't like you people.
But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
I've been here for less than probably 5 hours. Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. Well, we only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presuming you understand that much.
Yes?
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage? I feel like I'm so loud. But I know I'm not crazy loud, but I know I'm peaking. Just turn that down just a tick.
Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus.
Oh, excuse me.
So that's an omnibus. The omnibus.
I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus.
I love that it's behind its own little witness stand.
And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Oopity. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
World Council, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. We're being extra with the first case in Britain in the game. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Hello, Monsieur Omnibus. Whoa. Excuse you? I've never noticed that. Huh. We'll start up here, I guess. Oh, wow, that's like stained. That's nuts. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Alright, let's go inside, baby. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Again, that's not a lot of blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. This seat has a handle, it seems. Oh. Hello. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Oh, wait, no, there was one more thing I wanted to look at. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin, at least. I think that's all I need to examine right now. I think. Okay, I think that's it.
Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
We don't need to be extra and call them rights, my dude. It's not a ritual. We're not summoning a demon. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus!
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened.
Didn't I already testify to that? Or a fair
Dickum? Dincum? Hold on. There's language I don't know. Dincum? Meaning? Dinkum. Oh, honest. Hardworking, basically. Okay. God, thank you for using language that's technically appropriate, but like, god damn. I don't know older English.
or fair dingham hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got this back up. I've really got his back up. Okay. God, I can't read. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord!
I forgot to... I made you this. There we are. I made you this.
Juror number 3, what is the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They've always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. Oh. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. I can't... What is happening? My God. I am so sorry, guys. My accent game is so goddamn off. I'm not this bad usually. Like, I know I can't do a ton of accents, but jeez Louise, I know I can do these. I know I can do at least a Cockney. My God. Well, he can't fool me. I'm gonna read, gang. I'm sorry. It's just gonna be reading. Fuck me. Can I find, one moment. I'm going to find, push it more forward in my mouth, and there we are. There we are. Now we are. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
Do we have foremans of the jury in the States? Man, sometimes I wish my husband or his dad were here. My father-in-law. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all. Madam, you don't need to clean the jury seats. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir.
Is that?
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. That's how I could die. It's the only way I could die. It is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial.
I'm going to see if I can go back to Russian. Hold on.
The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Please, no.
M, for Magnus, perhaps. Or Begilded. Possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection.
I love the pathetic table slams when Ryunosuke is unsure. It's just like, but there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too
Oh, god damn it. British it is.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
Alright, time to give this thing a look-see.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption,
I will interrupt you first, madam. I must look at Nif. It could be a W. You don't know. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. I'd like to draw the knife, please. May I draw the knife, please? That part of the sheath, isn't it? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, I don't really like blades. Oh, I gave you a sword. Are you okay? Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Hwah! Whew! That's a lot, but also not a lot. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. Surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. It's human blood. It's just blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain, and I'm having culture shock. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. I wanted to look at the fact that this is so clean up here. It's so clean. But fine, it doesn't seem to care.
Juror number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be a sacrosanct?
Shit. Oh my god, hard words are hard. Sacrosanct? Sacrosanct. Okay. Sacrosanct.
However, fuck. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
Can we not, gang? I'd really like to not. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. You haven't said a word. Are you going to speak? I have Oh, nope. I don't like that one. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Hiya. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... fuck! Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What?
Order! It is hard to believe that one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything.
Couldn't agree more, sir. The truth! Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed! I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witnesses' statements again, a little more carefully this time.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
Oh, quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what is it with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see? Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. Murder on my own bus. It's
too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake the cold ever since it happened. My lord, I wish to... no, that's not what I... Hold on. My lord, I wish to speak. There we are. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But fuck it! Well, I've heard enough now. The horses are bolted, as they said. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Yup, now, Silver Blaze, and finish is in sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
I just go here. I just live here.
Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes. I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a certain creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting.
I hate jurors.
There's a lovely little park just west near where I live. A gilded park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. Can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
He always is doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, may we go to the begilded public library later and borrow some more books? Mother!
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is?
What kind of a man he is? What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. And one with the very darkest of souls.
I had a weird feeling in my body just now. I shouldn't have said that word. Am I right in assuming that? Hold on. Because isn't that a reference, technically, to, yeah, the Merchant of Venice. So isn't that an anti-Semitic word? Okay, maybe it's not. Oh no, maybe it is. Okay, it's not like bad, it is offensive though. Okay. It's not like saying the N-word out loud, but it can still be considered offensive. I have now educated myself a little bit. It's so hard because, like, I want to appreciate games that, especially if they're time period games, and a part of the story is an examination of racism and prejudice, like this game does kind of touch on, that they do use language that was used back then, even if now we know it's offensive and not okay. Because they're trying to examine what that cruelty was, in a sense, and put it into proper perspective. Like, it's why I understand the use of the N-word in Like to Kill a Mockingbird. It's very much a story about racial relations, and how black people in America have been treated and how bad it was. We need to use the N-word in those cases to really show and demonstrate what it lies in that bubble of time. So, like, I have an appreciation, but at the same time, I don't know if this is the game that should be allowed to use these words. Because, again, it touches on nationalism and that kind of conflict between... Like, it does touch on racism. But I don't know if it is really examining racism. It more is just like, we're in this time period, let's put the racism there. So it's like, it's really hard because, again, historically accurate, yes. Also, we're dealing with goofy murder mysteries. So, like, does the racial words and racism as just spice in the game really denote that it's okay to use? It's one of those things that I've always wondered, and I would, anyone POC or studies these kinds of things, I would love to hear opinions, just so I could better educate myself, since I am just a white girl from the from like the mini, I don't think it's actually really terminologized this way, but I'm from freaking Utah and have really close family and like always visited southern Utah, which is very much got some, it's very southern itself. It's like a piece of the Bible Belt got picked up and put in at the end of Utah. So it's like, I don't feel like I have the right to say one way or the other. I feel like my education with theater does help a little bit when it comes to, like, you know, oh, this is why we do these things. But in this case, I'm not sure if my background gives me the right to make an opinion, a full-blown opinion anyway. Like, I have my thoughts, but they're not like, they're my thoughts. They're not, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain what I'm saying anymore. What?
Stone to the crows!
McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that! The victim, poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save a considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. But in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
If I might add something briefly, Mrs. Otto. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Hi, there's a wine bottle there suddenly. Oh, and wine glass. He really need to redesign his sword pommel. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hollowed chalice! What? How can this be considered acceptable? What the fuck? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh, damn it. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Fun. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Open up, please. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know of any London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, you will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. What the fuck? It's gibberish. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yeah, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the whole wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel.
Madam, no.
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Well, game's over, gang. You lost. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. Sorry, grabbing a quick bite of cookie. Get some sugar in me. Oh. It's almost like I've been sitting for 2 hours in the same spot. Fuck. My poor body's tired.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
What was that footnote, Mrs. Otto? Mrs. Otto, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A what? A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Otto? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails?
We didn't say we demanded a right. We're trying to understand? Typical nip. Oh my god. All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. It says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
It sounds like it has a great purpose, honestly.
Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Might as well fucking give it a shot, why not?
Summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Oh, good table slam there, Yurinosuke. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Shut up!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital to this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. Summation, I can read. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decisions. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold it with all this justify lark.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then, summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. It might turn, to turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Sorry, these animations are so fun.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stopped the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed... Oh, no. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor! I have changed my accent! I'm told! Hello! The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor! Beggars belief.
I don't know what's happening. Good God. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I'm dying. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them. And use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. There's more tutorial. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Huh? I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Oh, I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Oh yeah, he charged him 5 pence.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I'm gonna take another bite of cookie, hold up. I took a bigger bite than I meant to. There we go.
I swear on Silver Blaze's name. What? Main and name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should have been operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each, if you do the multiplication. Oh, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious! This can't be right! The coachmen of the guilds are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
All right then. How do I make this miserable trial doesn't end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
My God. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Oh, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Hooray!
For the love of Mike, what? Not you as well?
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witness again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
And that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show them there's a contradiction in their assertions. Exactly! You can do it!
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Objection!
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
Oh, for your husband, that's cute. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? I got my knife stuck. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh, what a tip. Ah! Sorry. My cockney disappeared out of my body again. Oh, test me, do you? I can't today. I just can't today, apparently. It's just not in my body. It's not in my body. And it does not want to stay in my body. It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, not me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
Whoa. Bless my stitches. What a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh.
But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
The scales! I don't believe it!
Yay, we did it. We're smart.
Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some oh my god.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say, the Shylock did- oh god. He did stab the victim as he sat next to him in the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the guy stabbed him again. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word. This old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Fuck no. It was one stab wound. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it!
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job! As foreman of the jury, I have responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
Okay. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable, hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by this. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Oh, his knife, where'd it go?
Alright, I concede defeat.
Hooray!
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty.
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won! Kind of. We won the right to keep going.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir! No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said shut your trap! I know a lawyer when I see one. And if the chap even ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop. Gross. I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Oh, you're a barber. Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to abdicate. And the trial must continue.
Hooray! We did a cool thing.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
No. Sir, your hand. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks, you're very angry.
Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your acquainted tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Rude. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh! Cape's off, he's serious. Bring forth the witnesses once more.
Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You would explain the various misgivings brought to your attention by the defense's summation examination.
I keep thinking I'm about to find a save section, and then I don't, and it's weird.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But,
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
he fiddles on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilden stab that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage? Hold on. There's more words I don't know!
I want to know how to pronounce it. What? Cozenage. Okay. I now know.
Sly little cozenage.
Oh,
Beppo! Explain yourself!
I'm terribly oh my god, you have eyes. Terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging your passengers by a penny a fare?
it's cold. And the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild!
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is... Yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Whee! There we go.
I'm gonna take a chip. I'm gonna eat a chip really quick.
Hold it!
Sorry, itchy nose. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
I suppose.
I might have, yes, put the car before the horse, maybe. What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expected that was me, sir.
Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Excuse you, sir? That's very bad for your teeth.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Hello? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No way. Fuck you. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? It's not exactly like blood-soaked.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Having another chippy. Here we go. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right hand glove. Oh, your teeth. Ugh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, with both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. Was that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was both. It wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains.
The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate? Sure, prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Was that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court to the courts. There you are.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. How much is 20 guineas now? Hold on. These are questions I always have. Not you. 20 guineas to dollars. Okay, actually, first 20 guineas in today's money. Oh! Really? One guinea is worth 440 pounds. So 440 times 20 is 8,800. So 8,800 pounds, $2. Whoo! That's like 11,000. That's like $12,000. Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Good God. Oh, your teethy. Oh, your teethies. Mr. Bruce Fairplay, Yes, my lord! Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right! Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? Owie.
Oh, I did not read that at all. Jeez Louise. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yeah. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember it. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Not much incriminating evidence is tantamount to say we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let's just examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It was locked from the inside. We tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't looking down. I was glaring hard and long.
That was too deep into the throat. Ow.
That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone...
I just realized. Holy shit, I'm stupid. I don't think I ever shared this with the Discord that I was doing this. Oh, fuck. Hold on, gang. Let me just quickly share this. I'm an idiot. That was stupid of me. Why did our couch get this gash in it? I have to patch that somehow. Unequivocally, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Can they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I don't think they could have. Because, like, directionality and all that. Oh my god. Everything's exploding on my phone. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. You gonna be nice? There we go. Jeez Louise. Oh, did my stream crap out? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And in that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that wouldn't have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus.
I can't read, Jesus Christ.
Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Well, yeah, their vision would look down and here, so it'd have to be here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here.
Ah,
That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one of which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a, oh my god, forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Same to you, buddy. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. That was evidence. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're about able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an idea. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger of the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn this trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was...
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
Oh my god. Sir, you're gonna set fire to something. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, stop burning my courtroom. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. God, you're racist. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Fuck you! When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise of which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them!
Objection!
And who was this third party? I don't know! Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary!
Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplace said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hats do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hats makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
I don't know, man. It's weird. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. That was the wimpiest hammer tap I've ever heard.
There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it is indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
Testify!
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth.
Hi. I'd like to speak.
The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
I don't know. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hey, what the patron of my favourite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Hello, Mr. Gilded. Have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
But God, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true!
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You...
What?
No, Magnus McGill did. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare that. My Irish is dying, help. Young hearts and young minds are easily... Oh my God, what is happening? Top of the morning, you laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
I will. The wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! I can't see anything around this smoke!
What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo! Cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! I hereby call an emergency recess! The fire is creating so much smoke, help! Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom!
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, there's a to be continued. Awesome. I don't think there's too much more of this case, weirdly enough. I am going to take a quick break just to eat a couple more chips off camera so that it's not completely torture for people. So I will be right back. I have returned, everyone. Sorry about that. Decided I needed more things for a break real quick, so. Now that we're here, let's just get right back into it. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruto, I've managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Otto, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade. A type of explosive device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, but what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There were so many things I needed to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems that there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Ugh, she's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Otto. Yes. Hi, honey. Love this girl. She's a little annoying, but I still like her. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look! She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you had established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. It was but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lassie was here in the first place? And why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bagora? Aloud, what is that, Bagora? I've never heard anyone say that. And begore a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. And I turned to find out what that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defence counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
Very well. The defence may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There was not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. What is happening? Oh, it was me slipping in the cockney. Lucky charms. Top of the morning to you.
You were the first passenger, as it were, I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back seat inside, as I said. As I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Do I have that diagram? Okay, no.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor at having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but a fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream.
From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume.
Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
You sat him up?
The victim, you mean?
That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. Could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? I would, actually. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Ara, Lord... Ara? Why do you say Ara? I thought that was a Japanese thing. Ara? Ara, Lord Van Zeeks. Now, why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business.
The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest.
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble.
Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Never mind the why or no. That's a Pinafore song. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. And that wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yeah, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. I feel like I skipped something. Hold on. Nope, okay. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard. Oh, you said the different version of queer. What happened to queer? The wee scream I heard was as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! You pooped out a scream? Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? I feel like I've already done this. But might as well double check one more time. When did that get there? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Von Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? And that's fresher, it's lighter colored. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman wouldn't be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? That's not what I was looking at, but sure. Oh. Where'd all the shit go? This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. This has obviously been messed with. I better give the rest of this thing a look over. I don't see anything else. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. That's when I found her.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting this? Yeah. Oh, you're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Dude, that's traumatizing as shit. You said this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too well often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylights, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is... You told us you didn't know her name, you bitch. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What?
This girl here? A petty thief?
I guess so. Hi.
Order! Blah, blah. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
Oh, that's a gun. Oh my god!
How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone!
Open your eyes! I'm over here. I'm over here.
Good gracious, how?
It's called a smoke grenade, you idiot. What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs... I started slipping into Irish. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Blah, blah.
Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs.
Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, innit? I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again! So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question?
"'Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now." All right, yeah. Just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
All right, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. We'll see if I can get into this thing and get rid of my H's and whatnot. Maybe get a little higher register, because I'm younger, I'm 15. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the screaming just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Oh,
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew it in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be as guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Hooray! We win? We're done?
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual...
What? Yeah, consensual.
And they're leaning to a verdict of not guilty?
Mr. Naruhodo! This... What it must mean?
It must mean what?
That we were victorious!
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
God, when Van Zeeks uses his leg, Jesus Christ. It's the stupidest shit, but I love it. It's so dumb. Oh my God. If the sights of my iron-heeled Wellington offend, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Look at my legs. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotions rules the day.
Emotion?
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole was, as the witness puts it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
What?
I mean, I noticed, but oh God. Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning,
The compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I think I'm just gonna go with honesty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? I'd be whist! What? What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriages. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpurse are lying! Nah. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh, no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination.
Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. And when Mr. McGill discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place.
I was scared stiff. Oh, hold on. I just need to find Quincy. Where are you, Quincy? Is that you, Quincy? Look at this here. Oh, I was scared stiff, I was. It dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling under me. Ugh, how awful. Both me and both my hands got covered in blood. What? Okay?
Sorry, just got a text from the husband that he's free? From work? Like 2 hours early? That's crazy.
Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGill for a while, is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that.
Okay. Love you, honey. No, send the heart, damn it. Thank you.
Then I hear something up from up above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yeah. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would cinch the verdict we want. Yeah, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushions up with my head and look out the crack. I can have a butcher's... Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink.
Excuse you, sir? What is with that evil smile and laugh?
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Sir, can you stop being scary? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded?
Oh, I had to apologize. Was there something the matter, counsel?
I was just wondering if Mr. Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yeah, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now.
Aye, and I don't know about yourself,
But I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yeah. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. Usually it is in Ace Attorney. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important.
Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing.
Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, we're racist as hell, Jesus Christ.
Hi, Muffin. Don't know when you messaged, sorry. It's been so quiet in chat, I haven't been really paying attention.
Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. You idiot. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I couldn't just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though he was stopping here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Doesn't add up, I don't think, because we never would have... She didn't hear thrice fired. Yeah. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my Lord and Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least.
Yes, my lord.
I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Where are you? There you are.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason.
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus.
Explain your reasoning, counsel! Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilded.
That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight.
So you were, in all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time.
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't travelling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks! Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order to my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead right. How could that victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Uh-oh. Granny, no. Granny, no! Granny!
She didn't even say anything!
I didn't want to judge the dear little Moy just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide lawyers.
And neither can I! Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. They're using such hard words. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. You just said exactly what Granny said. You have no mind of your own, sir. Never have this entire trial. Ah!
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
Ah! My back. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Easter Adaman?
Amadan? I don't know if that's a bad word. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Shit.
Hold it!
Oh. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel!
I'm sorry, sir?
Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication? Jesus Christ. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
Oh, poor Ionosuke. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection.
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin.
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Right there.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight.
I say the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory?
Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact.
Good gracious!
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said none to the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but aye? 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof.
You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were?
Oh! Ah!
Oh, come defend yourselves, I guess.
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer?
You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? He's ready to pop-eye your ass.
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. So will I.
Mr. Fairplay, you've effectively accused me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too about you rotten scoundrel.
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to...
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you cannot just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are you wasting time for?
Get to the... testify!
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward.
We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that.
If anything has happened where we were sitting, don't you think one over the other of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right! You see!
We're innocent, I tell you! Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another.
What?
Huh?
according to the investigations by Scotland Yard. The two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? What? Olume? No, not once, never! He never met the man before, he said! Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilden? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? You for. I can do this. Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not to remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. 'Has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an oh my god, unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, no. Is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gents walk through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as Thrice-Fired Mason. Oh. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of harm, my lord. Hmm? Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Yeah, it is! So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir! Absolutely not, sir! Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. And I rest my case. You little weasel! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilden has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute! He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute! That's what he said! Take a look for yourself. Go on! You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
So it is. Of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger pictures here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Your teeth.
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind. Loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Why?
Oh, I mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did.
As rouge? Yeah, rouge. Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Oh my god, girl, what are you doing? Honey. All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears.
Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be in... eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch on them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims.
There it goes. Oh, my hat! Can I look at that? Because it wouldn't let me activate that before. So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Oh, what's that? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the oh, we've read that. Okay, go inside. Hello. Can I see? Look at you. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through. Certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me?
Ah! What is it? Look, just there. Look at this.
That's without question.
It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? See? Sorry, I just started listening to the music and I swear it was like a track from Disney and it was really weird.
So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck! Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for!
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate it for myself. I already did that. I got a little jumpy.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What?
That's utter humbug! You can't possibly have any evidence!
No, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you! It's impossible! Excuse me. Irrefutable proof. Hello. Oh, nope. I thought that was someone new saying hello. I just looked at the weird thing in chat.
Here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof through the deck of the the skylight. Yeah, it's up here.
Hello. Oh.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my!
And so it follows. And Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
Hold it!
Hello. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin!
And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. Let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? It's the gent, if the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a look at the floor of the cabin between the two sides, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No!
But it can't be! It's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members! I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, And what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks?
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began.
But
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session.
what? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. Don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in many great affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Huh? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh,
Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel! Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies, such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Let's go down. Hello. Oh, right. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. Oh, I've read this.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ah! Hello? This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. Oh my god, 'tis over, I tell ye! Memory, recollection. What people think they saw? 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now! Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord!
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and is the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position?
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yeah. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense. Your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good. Good gracious me! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ow. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have.
What do you mean?
'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on any more. And your closing statement there was, how would he put it now, nothing more than a formality. This guy is scum, and I love him as a villain. McGilded is such a good character.
Really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it all fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of properly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words! I feel terribly ashamed that I've ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain of the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of my time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief! You have more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Gilded. Blah. Man, I love this case so much. It's got like final case of Justice for All vibes, but in the bad ending way. Like, man, our first session of court in England, and we might have gotten a guilty man innocent. This man's been cleared. He's innocent. And he can't be retried if they have, is it, what's the rule? It's not perjury. But they can't be tried again. The courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly, a victory for us. And it does not feel good.
That certainly was a long trial.
Yeah, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Mrs. Otto. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did. And that's a husband who's come home. Hello. I don't know why you're answering me with more of a Cockney, but I'm trying to do Irish. Is it bad? Oh, he's on the phone now. Mr. McGilded. And that girl's with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Don't know why they're allowed to do that in a wooden building. I mean, we're maybe stone, actually, but we got wooden doors and the like. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yeah, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any weird details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them. So I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Arabi witst, you're humble people, are you? From the east. Well, if you insist. But to have this still and all, you deserve a reward.
Master Magnus McGilded.
Animation is my life. Hi. Yeah, no, we're looking to continue with Deltarune. We're trying to. We got a couple. We have a sponsored stream coming up, and we usually do Deltarune with Flaze Fires, so we're gonna try to negotiate a time to meet up, but it might not be for a while. We're not gonna be on top of that. Like I'm sure a lot of people would like us to, but thanks for the reminder, Animations.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes. A free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't shoot me, please. Madam, ma'am, don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? I ain't all grown-ups. You trying to be Peter Pan or one of his lost girls? There you are? Who is this?
Oh, hello! Naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Huh.
Oh my god. 2 guns.
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Ugh. Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normally smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty colour. I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fixed it with a telegraphic beacon.
A what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you're done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult? Huh. I don't listen to no adults. Oh my god, you're pointing the gun at me.
Come along then, follow me.
Fine, have it your way.
Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm going to change the voice a little bit, because we're too similar.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. So polite, thank you, dear.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss.
She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yeah, you're right. But where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All of our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. And at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. My 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Ooh, spooky shadows.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No. Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
Oh dear.
This can't be.
I love that case so freaking much. Oh, it's such a good one. It really throws second case technically, but like it really throws the formula on its head that we are dealing with a man that is very obviously guilty, but we don't know how he's guilty. We don't actually get to know what happens, and we won't get to know for a long time. We do eventually get to learn. But with that, I'm going to call it. So thank you everyone so much for watching and joining me. I believe we are going to maybe be streaming Friday this week. Just unless some plans come into fruition. But if we do stream, we'll be continuing Fantasia the Realm of Thanos and trying to finish up the roots in that. And I believe we have a sponsored stream from Azure Twilight coming up. That will be the 21st of this month from like 2 to 7. We'll be continuing the third Fantasia and doing a new route in that. Luke should be streaming. I believe he is doing... I know Edgelord on Sundays is still going, and that's doing Ages and Seasons, Legend of Zelda. Saturdays. Oh my gosh, you know we finished Dragon Age, so now it's Tales of Vesperia, that's right. His least favorite game on the planet. His ex-wife. And I will be double checking in case something came up on next Wednesday, but I should be able to go back to my normal streaming schedule, except for the 25th, because there will be a wedding that day. But my normal stream schedule is coming on again every Wednesday, noon to 4:30, 5-ish on Wednesdays at Mountain Standard Time. So thank you again, everyone, so much for enjoying me. Yep, I remembered last second. So thank you everyone so much for joining me, and I will see you guys when I see you guys. Thank you.